Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's day two as we'll be resuming the action here, the European Championships. This time around, we're looking at the quarterfinals in the 45 plus brackets. It's straight all the way to 75. My name is Andrea. I'll be this match. The featured match is one of the Dutch pool grades, Giliano Smith with Andrea Cloth. Say, who's are ladies and gentlemen, for wherever you be watching, this is day two as we resume the action here in Assen, Netherlands. And our featured match today is the quarterfinals between home favorite Giliano Smith, who will be taking on Andrea Grosso from Italy. As you can see, it's a race to 75 in the men's 45 plus bracket. As we get a chance to see Giliano to open up the scores here. This attempted pot on the 7 ball. As Giliano has just failed to pot that 7 ball. His opponent Andrea Grosso in with an early chance here to build some separation between the players. I tried to do some research on both players in their recent years of participations. Giliano mostly has always participated in the men's division, so this is quite a rare occasion. He's entered the seniors. So it's been a different path he's taken so far, mostly known for his activities inside the Netherlands, where he's, well, won everything that's to be won. And his opponent, Andrea Grosso, he's had 3 podium achievements, although all of them been bronze. Majority of them have been 8 ball and 1 10 ball bronze. So he's also well accustomed to the latter stages of these European seniors. If you've watched this match ever since the beginning, you could by now notice that the score line is actually up to date, as we have a match official who will, you know, put every potted ball on the score sheet, so don't need to guess on what type of run the player is. Of course, it's always handy to follow what type of series they can build up. It seems tight. You could clearly see Andrea was looking whether the 9-ball would maybe just be puttable from this position. I think the 1-ball is a little bit in his way. And, well, yeah, so he's now decided to put this 1-ball into the bottom left corner pocket. And it shouldn't be too difficult of a shot. Nicely done. And by doing so, all of the balls are now widely spread. So he's got a lot of balls to choose from to go about this end sequence in this rack. I'm not 100% sure whether Andrea was trying to nudge the 14 there ever so slightly. Well, needs to go all the way down on the table here to leave that 14 as a breaking ball. Managed to do that quite easily. However, he's landed pretty straight on the 12, so he needs a solid drawback here. Doesn't want to overscrew this, of course. Needs to leave himself an angle on the 14 ball. Well, he was happy to accept a longer opening shot, as both players will try to regain the remaining balls to re-rack. I can give you a quick little summary. Giliano, like I said at the start of the program, he is one of Dutch all-time legends. He's always been in the same era of the Niels Vij and Nick van den Berg. Well, as you can imagine, those are very tough cookies to battle against. And he's always held his own. And in the most recent year, he's been eligible to play the Seniors Tour, where he's pretty much dominated the scene so far in the Dutch National Championships. The previous 2 years he's won 3 medals, so that should give you an indication of his actual form. Still to this day, very active in the scene, plays as many tournaments as his schedule allows, so he'll be well up for this as we play closer attention to this breaking shot here by Andrea. Nicely executed, didn't overhit it, made sure he putted. And as you can clearly see, he's got a couple of options here. I'm not so sure what he was trying to play position on the 4 ball. It could have done by drawing his cue ball an inch further. That way he could have attacked the 15 ball on the left side, because it's right now covering the pathway for the 3 and the 9, or at least hampering the pathway. Such was his angle on the 4. Didn't have to do anything, just make sure to putt it. Now by clearing this 15 ball, the 9 and the 3 are a bit easier to navigate around. And on the previous picture we had, it seemed like the 7 also passes the pack, just left to the pack. Should be puttable in the same corner as he's just putted the 9 ball. So he might be looking at a delicate angle here on the 7 to disturb some balls whilst putting it in the same corner as the 9 he's just putted there. Maybe it's too tight, and that little nudge was not intentional, and I think he's on nothing here. Yeah, so probably playing safe. I've not noticed him calling a pocket. Yeah, so that's the end of the run there. He'll be a little bit disappointed. His cue ball had no business running into the one ball there. I always thought the safety duels in straight pool are by far the hardest ones, because you're pretty much allowed to putt anything anywhere. It just makes the pressure element on the safeties a lot harder. Nice little calculated pack opener he played there. Nearly missed that 5 ball. I'm sure he'll be relieved to see that drop. He could try to nudge the 12 here. Yeah, he's done that, but I'm not so sure whether that's worked out entirely as he would have wanted it. So might have to settle for the 7 as a breaking ball. He's got multiple options, of course. Doesn't need to take the 7 as a breaking ball per se. But because of the position of the 13, if he can navigate his cue ball with these two balls up table, the 6 and the 1, and land, well, anything that's pretty straightish on the 13, would leave himself a very comfortable angle on the 7 to disturb the pack. So that might be the blueprint here. And with this positional shot on the 1, although he's looking at the 7, he should be able to do that. Although he's thinking better of it.
Extension.
Yeah, it seemed the most straightforward pathway. I mean, a similar type of angle in terms of where the cue ball is sitting doesn't have to be as close as that. So it basically means he needs to cross the table, the halfway line of the table. And well, it's still an angle to work with, but what I was trying to say is if you would draw a line in the length of the table right in the middle, you've got the middle diamond. I thought it would have been very sensible to cross the middle line towards the right side, where you would more or less guarantee to give yourself a easier angle. I think he's got enough angle to work with, but might have to inject some power in this shot. Yeah, that's pretty much the best he could have done from that situation. Nice easy shot here on the 11. A little bit limited, of course, with his cue ball, so you would think just try and play a stop shot here on the 11. Might even opt to drop it in. Yeah, so the 9 and the 6 combination also looks very doable. It's a funny one. I think Giliano had the first scoring visit where he missed the opening shot, which was a relatively easy shot for his standards. He missed a 7, and ever since he's never had a scoring chance so far in this match. And that's of course the other side of pool and cue sports in general. It's not like tennis where your opponent plays a good shot. You have in theory the chance to do something about it. Once your opponent is scoring, there's nothing you can do. You could be the greatest of all time. You just have to sit in your chair and wait for that opportunity to present itself. But one thing is for sure, the more distance Andrea manages to create between himself and Giliano, it would also put a lot more pressure on Gili. Make no mistake, he's more than capable of running this, running out the match, but nevertheless, we'll need to wait. think that's gone wrong there for Andrea. I don't know whether you can see the cut here on the 8 ball. Yeah, I think he can. That's what he seems to have called. Tricky little shot here. No, I was wrong. He called a bank shot, and what a delightful shot is produced there to keep this run going. Little head scratcher, because still he's seems like he's not left himself a possible breaking shot. Or could that pink 12 be just out of the rack pathway? I think he is. Yeah, it's just be outside the rack, so that should be an automatic breaking shot if he can just contain his position on the remaining balls here. Ooh, that was unexpected. Well, he's built a nice lead. It's 37 balls ahead of Giliano, but that miss came out of nowhere. He looked for all the world that he was gonna clear this table as well. Also gives Giliano the chance to reduce the deficit here. Could have done a bit better with his opening shot. His cue ball is a little bit lost here. The good thing is he's left himself a natural angle. I think he's going for the 15 here. No need to risk it, since the 15 is easy enough. Seems to have retrieved the situation, Giliano. Oh, needs that cue ball to stop. I think he's just enough stopped in time, but it's a little less angle than he would have preferred. Nevertheless, should be able to carry on this run. It doesn't seem like that's worked out in his favor. I think he's potentially only got one shot here on the 4 ball. It's either a very tricky cut back into the middle pocket, or might have to play a bank shot if he wants to keep attacking here. Or is he trying to play safe?
Extension.
I mean, I said in the middle, he could also cut it into the, from this picture, in the bottom left corner pocket. Maybe he's looking at the bank shot here. No, so it was just about playing safe, and that 4-ball, well, that's not safe. That's gone horribly wrong there for Giliano. And I think one part that definitely deserted him, it was the cue ball. It should have been glued to the rack there. I think that's exactly what he played, but unfortunately it's not touching the 15 or the 14. Needless to say that Andrea at some point has to develop the pack here if he wants to make this a good opportunity, but nevertheless it is a chance.
Nice.
Possibly that 3-ball just below the pack is puttable into the top right corner pocket. Obviously he will play the combination, the 11 onto the 1 here. But aside from, well, 2-3 pots, there's nothing on after that. So if the 3-ball does not pot here, you might have to play, oh, I think is that the 13? Oh, maybe it's 12. Yeah, that's just at the top of the rack, and that's very handy indeed. Worked that out nicely, but still, even after having disturbed the pack, still needs to play some delicate positional shots. Majority of the balls seem to be covering one another, so needs to go about this in a methodical way. He's got several options now to use as a breaking ball. I think the green stripe 14 and the 8-ball are both suitable. Obviously needs to pick one.
15. Extension.
The players are playing, of course, with a shot clock in operation. They'll have 30 seconds per shot and a timeout, sorry, not a timeout, a extension per rack. And of course the timeout is also available to them, but that's a whole different thing.
It's possible delay. Yes.
It's looking like he has to play off 2 rails, or is he just topping this one through? No, topping it through, and well, he's done well. The cue ball has gone far enough to have a comfortable opening shot. This match is progressing at a fairly rapid pace, I must say. They've just been on it. Well, official match time, it started at 1. So they've been playing for 30 minutes. And Andrea Grosso has, well, so far he's been the man in charge. And is still at the table, so who knows what the damage will be for the Dutch pool fans. And Giliano, nothing he can do about this, of course. That's gone wrong. I don't know whether he can potentially make a bank shot here on the 4. If not, that could be the end of this run. I believe that was a foul, but regardless of the foul or not, yeah, 1 point deducted. Even worse, Giliano's left this 8-ball potable, and as you can clearly see, Andrea only needs 20 more potted balls, although that's gone wrong, I believe. Yeah, based on his body language, I I think he's on nothing here. Has to be said, he had alternatives to play that 8 ball, but nevertheless, from his point of view, it's very unfortunate indeed. Might have a kick shot here on the 4. Off the rail, try and pot it in the middle. He's called it as well, so he's trying to get a thin edge on the 4 ball. But even if he makes it, watch this cue ball. It could go close. Bottom right corner pocket. Where's the cue ball? Ooh. Oh, holds his hands up. Not so sure why, because he did try and pot that. Yeah, seems to have lost his cue ball in this segment of the match. I mean, he can pot this 15 ball in the middle pocket. It should give him a chance to regain the control of over the cue ball. Or is he going for? Oh, he's going for the corner. It's just stayed out. Now then, it almost feels like this is more or less one of the last times Giliano has a chance to change the momentum in this match. Could do with a decent run here, and make no mistake about it, he's more than capable of doing that. But there's a difference in being able and actually producing it. That's worked out nicely for Giliano. That pink stripe seems to be the most obvious ball to break the pack. It'll be in his best interest to get enough separation, or I shouldn't say separation, but at least pull the cue ball back up table. That way he would leave himself options on the 5 or the 7. Yeah, this is a lot better. You could just drop this 5 ball in, leave himself on high angle on the 2, and come down to this side of the table, the left side, to pot the 7. So that seems to be the sequence here. Or maybe the 7 first and then the 2 ball. Different route, same outcome. That seems to be perfect to me. Yeah, I feel like Giliano is still searching for a bit of form here. Of course, he's not been truly involved in this match so far, but if he can amass a 30 balls or higher series here, I think you could definitely see this match turn around. Awesome split there by Giliano. Be interesting to see how he goes about this rack, but well, I don't need to tell you that he should clear the table here and just keep the pressure on his opponent. Still in close control here, Giliano with his cue ball. Looking at the 13, possibly to clear the 2 and the 11 first. And oddly enough, he did produce a very decent split. But there's a couple of clusters here. The 10 and the 7. Well, the 3 and the 8 don't look too difficult as a combination. So he's still 1 or 2 good positional shots away to be cruising in this rack. I firmly believe the 15 ball for now is the most likely breaking option for him. Just to the right of the pack. A cue ball just stopped in time for Giliano to be able to see the middle of the cue ball here. Yeah, so either of the 2 balls where he was looking at do pot in the left middle pocket, but it also means he's got a very small margin to place his cue ball in. So from this angle, it seems, well, don't know whether you can even get there from this angle, so might have to play for the combination onto the 8 and the 3 here. So this shot here, the 8 onto the either of the 2 balls sitting next to each other, is going to be key here. Yeah, played to disturb them. Nicely played. Could have possibly gone wrong, but nevertheless, nicely executed. You could bump this 14 ball towards the left middle pocket by putting the 7. And for an alternative option, though the cue ball by putting this 14 ball will go slightly towards the left side of the table. Be interesting to see whether he wants to just drop this in, or yeah, he feels that with this angle, he's still got enough to work with. But yeah, it's a very small angle he's left himself on the 15. And I thought I detected not per se the most happiest body language from Giliano. Hey, look, that was always going to be a tricky situation. I think he's left himself two options here. Of course, the best option is the 8 ball if he can get through to the putting angle. Should be able to disturb a few more. Yeah, and he's still on this 10 ball. But of course, after the 10 ball, there's one more obvious open shot. After that, he needs to disturb the pack here. Or maybe two after the 10 ball.
Extension.
Be interesting to see whether he wants to go directly with a drawback or top this with a lot of power and enter the pack from the top rail. Hmm. Not so sure what he's got a putt on here. Well, it's the 14 ball, and it does putt in the bottom left corner pocket. But it's a very missable shot and might have to play into the pack if he wants to keep this run going. I think he's still okay, you know. By putting the previous ball, he's now reduced the deficit into a half, which already sounds a lot more doable instead of being 50 odd balls behind. Yeah, so this is literally his last option to develop a few more. Could do with quite some power here because although they look very close to one another, none of them are actually completely touching. So yeah, top this one through would, you'd think, give him the best opportunities. Should be okay. I think the one ball does pot into the top left corner pocket. Has gone slightly wrong. That 7 ball is of course potable. It's a little bit harder than he would have preferred. Seems to be touching the rail. Safely in. Nicely played. And now all of a sudden the table looks a lot more inviting, with that 3 ball being the most likely break ball. Basically, this angle he's got from this position on the 3 ball would be ideal once he gets to that stage. It's an odd one because he's landed awkward on his 5. Might just be able to putt this 5, use the side rail and go towards, I believe it's the 10 ball up table, or it's the 2 ball actually. And even though he's hit the 3 ball, it's still okay. So this positional shot from the 11 onto the 2 needs to be played. Well, that's the most unforeseen outcome, has to be said, from where he was putting the ball. So that run ends, and his opponent, Andrea, back at the table, trying to stop the momentum Giliano was just building up. I think Andrea will just settle for the 2 ball as the breaking ball. So put this 3, play good position on the 9, give yourself a high angle on the 2. So just needs to make sure he goes towards the right side of the table, anywhere in the vicinity of the middle diamond should do the trick, just to guarantee you won't snooker yourself with the pack on the 2 ball, of course. Seems to be pretty tight. I think he's still okay, but well, we'll shortly find out. I think it's okay.
Position refer. Position you. No. Different because limit. No problem. Yeah, we have to check. Okay? Yeah, we keep it. You make the first ball marker, then you should. Okay?
Well, as you can clearly see, it's a very delicate situation. Both players trying to make sure that the pack is re-racked properly. It's a matter of millimeters whether Andrea can see the 2. I think he can, you know. With this angle, well, he's bound to create some separation with the pack. As you can see, he's only 14 putts away to finish off this match and book his place into the semifinals. So it literally means clearing this rack and putting the break ball. Doesn't even have to develop the pack. So it's all in his hands now. Of course, a couple of nudges away, particularly in the pack, to make this a clear-cut opportunity.
Extension. Seven.
It's called a 7-ball into the top left corner pocket. And with that one shot, he opened up the bunch. Although a huge sigh by Andrea, so not so sure whether he's completely happy with the outcome. Or maybe he's trying to gear himself up, release some tension. I thought I had it spot on, but my calculations were off. 10 balls at the table. He's on 64, so he in fact does need one more ball after the balls are re-racked. So not just only the break ball, he needs to develop the pack and put one more ball to book his place into the semifinals. Both of the players also have access to the scoreboard. It's the digital scoreboard the match official is updating manually. So you should be aware of the situation here, Andrea.
Free ball.
It's not gone entirely up to plan.
Five.
So it's looking like the combination, the 15 onto the 5, there you can see it. Comfortable enough, but he's lost his cue ball. Yeah, and with his cue ball now glued to the rail, there's a lot of pressure on this pot here on the 15. This should have been a lot easier as far as Andrea is concerned. He's unmissable. Nicely played though. So one more time. He will need one extra ball after the break. So it's imperative for him to leave himself. Well, maybe it's not. I don't know. The scoreline keeps changing. So if the scoreline is correct, this is for the win. Yeah, it was. Solid display by Andrea Grosso. Needed 3 scoring visits, but still manages to get the job done. It's hard luck for Giliano Smith, who will be back for the other remaining disciplines. For now, it's the Italian that prevails into the semi-finals. Thank you for your time and attention, and keep an eye on the streams as we will have loads of pool action in store for you. Bye for now.
matches for the semi-finals have been assigned to the tables as far as possible. Players may start their practice, but do not start your matches. We will start all semi-finals at the same time with an announcement. Thank you.
I will introduce you, so. You set the balls up for the left.
But there is can make one rack.
Oh, he's going to make the rack.
Yes. This is not his.
Next a few balls.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to the Bonte Wever Hotel in Assen and the Predator European Seniors Championships organised by the European Pocket Billiard Federation. Our first medal event's coming straight pool and we're at the semi-final stage. Firstly, on table 4, we're with the over 55s from Germany, Rainer Verspitsky. And he's playing also from Germany, Dirk Schwedes. Into the arena on table 3, it's 45 plus division. Andrea Grosso of Italy. And he's up against, from Austria, René Sommeregger. On table 2 is the second 55 plus semi-final. From Germany, Martin Steinlager. And from Portugal, Enrique Correa. And finally on table 1, it's the second 45 plus semi-final. From Portugal, Jorge Tinoco. And finally from Finland, Janne Huttunen. All matches are to 75 and our match referees are on table 4, Alexander Vulovic of Serbia. On table 3, Serdar Karadag of Turkey. On table 2, Pentti Seppänen of Finland. And here on table 1, Daniel Meyerhofer of Switzerland. Gentlemen, will you please lag for the break?
Well, a warm welcome to everyone joining us here for the Predator European Championships here in Assen, Netherlands. It's day 2 of this 9-day event, and the match being streamed live is the 45 plus seniors straight event, semi-final between Finland's Janne Huttunen and Jorge Tinoco. Today's match being ref. The break and has leaked the screen 6 and also the red stripe 11 off the pack. And Jorge, and Janne not afraid to turn that down, but has missed it and left the same ball, I believe, on, although the cue ball has run into the stack here. It's quite frozen, given difficult cueing. However, Jorge off the mark. Jorge has put himself in a good position here to continue a run, and he may be looking at an angle off this 9 ball following the 6 to look to open up the cluster of balls there. It's a very tight gap through to the 6. Avoided the balls there, has left himself a look at this 1 ball. The cue ball has come back and run into the 10. He's not left a simple shot on, so I would expect him, whoa, to look for a good cue ball. However, called the bank and has developed a nice position on this 7 ball. Both players coming out aggressive, which is good to see. We could be in for some fireworks. Well, he was just inspecting there to have a look at which ball he would want to use as the break ball. It would look from here that he would look to use the blue 2. That could be what he's setting himself up for here, to use the 3 as the key ball. He's left it quite thin. Ooh. And then looking to play off an extra 2 cushions. It's made the pot that little bit more difficult, and he's missed it. And that now leaves Jorge Tinoco from Portugal with a great opportunity to take advantage of that break ball, which he has done. Left himself a nice angle. Now, if any of our viewers have been following the matches from earlier today, you'll be recognizing how important these break shots are. We saw a couple of misses in our last match, which really did shift momentum and stopped either player from running away with it. Be interesting to see, with both Jana and Jorge playing so aggressive, how they will fare from the breaks. Just checking the line. Well, this 15 ball's come up as a bit of a gimme. It's quite close in the jaws. Jorge has a couple of options as he held for the 3. I think he's blocking the 1, so may be forced for the 5. However, this camera angle did look like the 4 might be playing in a combination shot there. However, looks like the 5 will be his preferred ball. He didn't move that potential plant, but he didn't move much at all, and he's been fortunate not to scratch there. He's just having another look at that plant. So if that's the case, may not need to do as much with this 1 ball. So not enough angle on the 1. Played it nice. Froze the cue ball.
Four ball to the corner.
Well, he's played that well. to kick the cue ball, but it hasn't come as far as it looks like he wanted it to come. I think he wanted an angle on this 12 ball to go into the pack, but now we'll settle for the 6 to do the same. He's just having a little inspection. Yep, gonna need the extension for this. Just called an extension as well. Important shot. It does look like the 7 and 10 will kick the 10 off the stripe next to it towards the corner pocket, so may not need to hit this as hard as you think. Brought the cue ball back out nicely so as to not let that get into trouble. Now, do all the balls in that cluster of 3 there go into that corner pocket where the 10 ball is going now? Because if so, that might make this a little bit easier, or better still, a plant. But he's going to need to develop that cluster at some point. He's no slouch around the table, is Jorge. Well, he's done exactly what I suggested he was going to need to do. He may not have come out of it as well as he wanted to. The cue ball just seemed to deaden up after contact. I think he was hoping to keep a little bit more spin on the cue ball. It's a difficult shot if he elects to take it on. He has, and it's caught the near knuckle. And it brings Jana back to the table. So Jorge Tinoco from Portugal running up a 19-5 lead. And as I mentioned, both of these players are quite aggressive, certainly compared to the last match on the other table. Now, what's Jana thinking of for break ball here? And then a look over at our Portuguese opponent. Ooh. Well, the 7 dropped. He's quite straight on this. But I think he's got, yeah, great camera angle. He has enough to be able to punch this cue ball up. And that's a lapse of judgment, ladies and gentlemen. Likely very focused on his position for the 8 and has given a gift to Jorge here. However, after this shot he will be faced with a difficult shot to break into the pack, so we may see Jorge playing a no call here once the balls are racked. And just for any viewers at home who are a little bit newer to the straight format, you can make a no call on this ball, and when potted, that ball will come out and possession will be given to the opponent. So if you can freeze that cue ball on the cushion, you can really put your opponent in a lot of trouble. So Jana not taking advantage of that opportunity he was given there, and he's handed it back to Jorge. And as I suggested, he's potted the 11, which gets respotted. Our Swiss ref Daniel Meyerhofer doing a great job on our TV table today. And as I may have alluded to earlier, this is a 9-day event, day 2. Lots of action to come. And A lot of work for our referees, and they're doing an absolute sterling job. While we just watch Yana glance off the pack. Pushed out the 12. Maybe not enough. Trying to read Jorge's expressions there. Clearly not an easy option for him. But yes, as I was alluding to, ladies and gentlemen, this is a seniors and ladies event. 9 days. We are blessed with not just straight pool, but we have the teams event and 8, 9 and 10 ball events. A lot of work for our referees and a lot of gameplay for our players and a lot of action for you guys at home. While we watch a little spate of safety play. Yana getting the cue ball quite close to the stack. However, that can present itself sometimes with an easier escape by just glancing off a ball. Looking to keep that cue ball as close down to that short rail as possible as to not give up a thin cut here. If he has... Ooh, did he call the bank? He is calling the bank. Too thin a cut. Aggressive shot. Played it nicely. Played it very nicely. Maybe a little thin on this 11 ball. But the way both these players are playing, you certainly expect him to go for it. And with a trace of inside to run into the pack, he's missed this. However, he's missed it on the professional side, as we would say, which has brought the 11 ball up the cushion, making life difficult for Jorge. However, if he had have made it, yeah, that cue ball was in a nasty position for himself, so may have worked out nice for him. The semi-final race to 75. There's a lot of pool left in this, but even at these early stages, neither of these players are going to be wanting to give any gifts, and certainly they will want to make sure their safety game is on point. With the cluster the way it is at the moment, you expect them just to share a couple more safety shots. It looked like Jorge was playing the bank there. I didn't see him call the pocket, excuse me. I think he's left shape on the 4 from that camera angle. Yeah. And always had the 11 down here. And he's actually fallen very nice on it. Was always a chance he would fall straight. Now, may not matter if he's straight on this if there is a ball at the bottom of the pack. However, they all look rather close together down there. So yeah, he's deadened the cue ball there, froze it. Does he see a plant in there? Nothing obvious is jumping out at me. Maybe just a tap and stick, which I think he's played to great effect. Needed to make sure the object ball came up high enough that he didn't leave it on. Now Jorge, glancing off the 8, has kicked the 3 out. It's a teaser, but I can't imagine that will be on Jana's hit list, and it isn't, and he's elected to play the safety, and he's played that well, using the stack to cover the object ball, and the object balls just run past the middle pocket as well.
7 ball to the corner.
He called a 7, it wasn't an easy shot. He's given position back to Jana though, and his lead could be under threat if he can come into the pack off of these, which he has done. He's got a lovely little break, but that one ball has taken away the obvious pot. However, there is a 2 and a 5. The 2 looks like it passes the 9 to the centre, and this could be a very nice opening for Jana. Yep, just having a little look at the balls down towards the top end of the table. Everything has a pocket, and the 8 ball looks very nice as a break ball, so Jana's going to be looking for a nice easy pattern for the last few balls to get to a key ball. He's just bumped the 8 a little bit. Did he want to do that? Did he need to do that? He has, which has just pushed it a little bit further down, which may make that not worthy of a break ball or an easy one. He's bumping into balls, maybe a little bit more than he'd like. Well, how are you for pace here, Jana? I'm not too sure if he wanted to come up this far. And I don't think the 8, even if it does pass, would be an option, so he could be forced into a thin cut on this one. And do not be illusioned, everyone. That is thin. Oh, plays it very well. So now we have a look at where he's thinking for a break, or what he's thinking for a break ball, and where he's thinking of leaving the cue ball for it. Well, he's taken the 8 out as an option. And you would think by where the 10 ball is now, he would probably want to pop that first, but he's just on the wrong side of it. Oh, he's played to move it. How's your luck? Well, both players not giving much away, as the body language of Jana suggesting that that 10 ball's got to be moved back down. Yes, it does. So in the situation where the last ball standing aside of the cue ball is still in the rack, it needs to be moved out of the way for the rack to be set, and it will be placed on the head string, in the center of the head string rather. And where the cue ball is now, that makes developing a spread of the rack from this shot that much harder. So as you can tell from Jana's body language, you think he's making a no call. So as we saw earlier in this match, looking to pop this ball but have it replaced into the stack, which he's made. He's made the ball, And the cue ball is tracing down towards the stack. I'm not too sure if that gives him any advantage. Both these players coming through a few rounds and a quarterfinals to get here, all race to 75, so they will have found themselves in many positions on these beautiful Predator tables, and they will have the speed down, so Jorge may turn this bit of momentum back. As we notice, Jana has taken a 2-point lead, leading his Portuguese opponent by 2 points, 22-20. Jorge is just looking to glance this 10. Missing the middle pocket. And that is very nice pace. 2 balls leaked out, but none presenting an obvious chance for Jana. So he'll be looking for a good cue ball here, and to cover this 1 ball, which he's done to great effect. Jorge playing a little stick shot with the cue ball and brought a few out of the stack. So just asks a little extra question of Jana here with his safety play. Always played that in with side, and I think the run inside has just allowed the cue ball to travel a bit further than he anticipated. I think from Jorge's reaction, he has not got a direct, or at least it looks like he hasn't got an eye on this stripe into the corner, so looking to play a similar shot. And I think he's played that much better. Well, great camera angle showing there's no obvious plant, so he's going to look to try and bring this cue ball back onto the cushion. Or rather not, he's looking to stick it. And the 11 went rushing up to hit a cushion. Always a little bit of a danger playing that shot that nothing it makes a cushion. And Jorge looking to return the favour. So, the score's got a little bit closer. The play's getting a little bit tighter. You can feel both of these players just wanting to get aggressive. So they're both keeping each other down a little bit. Might not be a bad tactic for either player. Be good to see how they respond. And, well, Jorge has had a look at this 11 ball. Oh, he's played it very well. Kept his head down on the shot. He's got quite a few balls around the cluster, around the rack, to be able to develop these a little bit further in 2 or 3 shots time. Or how about going into them right now? And, well, I did say they were looking to be aggressive. And that is the sort of aggressive that can get you high numbers in the straight pool. Yeah, he's picking them off nicely. Just needs to open up a few more pockets perhaps, although from this angle that 10-2 looks like a dead cert into the corner pocket. Maybe he doesn't need to move or open the cluster. just a little bit of time taken over this shot. Might be worth noting players are on a shot clock. You may hear the referee just giving him a little reminder, or see a hand going up to ask for an extension. Can sometimes put players under pressure when in straight you have not so many options, but Jorge seems to have found a route. And he certainly can start playing quick when he's in and among the balls. Now, he's already having a think about his break ball here. That 10 does look delightful. Yep. If he can just navigate the 4 and the 14, which were around the 10, we could see Jorge pinning his ears back a little bit and hoping to run away a bit more with this match, because you always feel Yana is going to come back if he gets another opportunity. He's just smudged the 4 there, but come out fine, had plenty of backup. So the players have been proving me wrong, but I'm going to call the 10 as his break ball, and it looks like it will be the 15 will be his key ball. He had to move the 10 a little bit. He's just got to have a re-look at where he wants the cue ball now. He doesn't have that much angle off the 15. He's going to have to move this with a lot of topspin, which he has done, and he's done that very well. And that will be where he would have wanted the cue ball, and that puts Jorge back into a bit of a march and a lead. He did start to run away a little bit at the beginning, but let Yana back in, and Yana snuck back into the lead for a brief moment. It'd be interesting to see if Yana is exhausted in any way, shape or form after his 75-72 clanger against Adam Kieniczki, and a straight pool match like that can certainly take it out of you. Well, he's got a good spread, but that cue ball did not run very far at all, and if anything has decided to stick in the rack, leaving no shot. Jorge is eyeing up the 5 onto the 4. This would be a great shot. Felt he perhaps rushed that. That was a very high level of difficulty, and he wasn't exactly putting the cue ball anywhere safe if he were to treat it as a 50-50. So, you know, this is a bit similar to the position he was in earlier, and it gave Yana just the window of opportunity he needed. Well, he's got a nice cluster in the rack to have to contend with. He's going to want to get in there sooner rather than later. And, well, that 11 ball has come into a nicer position if he wanted to come round to the centre of the table and look to develop into the cluster. He may elect to use the 3 now. Looks like he just wants to screw the cue ball back a little bit, maybe 1 or 2 rolls. And now And this is where we are getting to the crucial part of this run in this rack. He's going to hit the 8, and he's going to hit it quite full. Ooh. And at this level and this stage of the game, you should not be making mistakes like that. However, as a testament to where we are in this tournament, semi-finals, you can only imagine there will be a few nerves, or rather a little bit of tension in the arm. But you feel that was one for Yana to really get his teeth stuck into, and now we're looking at Jorge with not too much of a challenge to get through these balls. He certainly has options for break balls. The 11 looks quite nice where it is right now. And also the 15, but he may have to take the 15 now. I do like the overhead view, especially when it comes to straight. It gives you such an accurate interpretation of what's going to be happening towards the latter stages of the rack. Now, he's flattened that up for the 6. He could elect to play 6, 4 and a long 8. Yep. And then we'll not have to do too much with the cue ball. A little bit more to do if he took the 4 as his key ball, so no. Yep, as I suggested, the 4 and then the 8. With the extension. Just makes it a little bit tougher. But now he has just to focus on the pot, in all honesty. And try not to roll the cue ball too much. Pocket speed. Oh, that's okay. It did look like it was going to come a bit flat. I don't think it's that flat. Can be a bit deceiving on the big screen. And as you can look down at the bottom of the screen, these beautiful Predator tables, just give a quick shout out to our other sponsors, Simonis Cloth, Aramith Balls, and of course Predator, being brought to you from this lovely location in Assen in the north of the Netherlands. And let's see how hard Jorge needs to hit this. He actually didn't need to hit it hard at all, and he was stretching, so played that very well, knowing he was going to push the wing ball out, which he has done. Is he flat enough? Yeah, he may have an angle to come in and just rub the bottom of the cluster here. Ooh. Well, the 10 ball rattled, found its way in, and looks like Jorge's come out rewarded here. Well, he has a nice angle on the 8 here to get it out the way, but he's also quite good on the 1 to run into the pack. Might even want to bring the cue ball back to where it is now, which he has done. In fact, he's got better position, so he now needs to inspect this with care. Where is the cue ball going to run into that cluster, and how will they spread? Big shot. Potted it cleanly. Oh, he's been rewarded. That is very nicely done. Just showing a few early signs of running away with it here. He does look like the sort of momentum player that once he gets into his little zone, he can't be phased. Have to be fair, he's given Jana a couple of chances. But likewise, Jana's given Jorge chances too. So he's played a nice shot there just to open up the last awkward cluster. The 9 is covering the 5 into that pocket, so he's just going to have to be a bit careful here. May even elect to take the 9 now. No. It looks like he'll take it now instead, and having a quick look from the overhead, that 15, the striped brown ball there, just behind the cue ball in that shot, looks like it would make an ideal break ball. It's close. Oh, Jorge turning down the 9 ball again, maybe thinking he was going to take a chunk of the 5 or run away with the cue ball, so has some other ideas, but that 15 ball may be the break ball. Now he's come back up for the 7. Is he going to leave the 9 as the key ball? We'll be running round 2 angles here. This will be a good test of pace. Has a nice area to finish in, but still. Yes, has a nice cue ball, and that 15 does look rather close to the rack, so not too much to be done with regards to pace. And we see Jorge taking a 30 points lead, which is formidable in the format of straight to 75. It does put him 2 racks away. So early alarm bells for Jana perhaps. He doesn't seem too phased. I know he'll want to make a little bit more of the opportunities if he gets them. So Jorge having a little inspection of the angle he's got on the 15 here. Just needs to be careful of where the cue ball will go. Depends on which ball it's going to contact and on which side. He's played it gently. The cue ball though might be running behind everything. Oh, Jorge will be a bit sick with the result from that. Well, he might be looking at the only pot he's got. With the lead, not as much pressure on it. Oh, he's played it well. Run into the cluster. Everything has started to move over towards the top right of the table as we're looking at it. I don't know whether that helps or hinders Jorge more. As we get a better look at that from here. Oh yeah, he has a gap. Would probably pick off the 4 unless this is a plant. Calls the plant, I believe. Wow. He does look rather quick in and around the balls. That certainly suits his style of play. He's making short work of the balls that have moved over towards that corner pocket. He's going to need to start thinking about what he does with the other balls at some point. And as I mentioned, he will need to clear this rack and a good portion of the next one to make it to the finish line, so this isn't time to relax yet. He has a couple of balls in or around break position. However, the green 14 looks like it's far enough off the rack but close enough to the wing ball to be an option, so keep an eye on that for later in this rack, unless of course Jorge pots it now. Yeah, so we'll be looking at maybe the 1 or the 7. But if Jorge keeps potting the balls that I'm calling out as break balls, I'll be out of options. More importantly, Jana is still in his chair. Did that cue ball not come through far enough? Ooh, we might have to be forced to play the long 2 here. Oh, it went. Fantastic. So, Jorge looking to set up the 6, the green 6 now, and use the 2 for his key ball. He's just looking where he wants it now, pretty much on the same line he's got. And it's come over far enough. It certainly has. It's a little bit high, or rather close towards us, so he may need to put a bit of action on this. But just to bring you back to the scoreline, Jorge leads 71-27. He needs 4 balls to close this semi-final out to reach the final. So pressure on this shot from the point of view of wanting to close it out. Not so much pressure if he doesn't make it. Ooh, and he hasn't made it. Again, I would like to say he looked a bit relaxed, but I think that's just his style of play. And will this be the momentum shift and the opportunity that Jana has been hoping for while sat there for the last 10 minutes? Well, as Jorge only needed 4, he didn't need to break the rack up as much as Jana would have needed to. So it leaves Jana with a bigger hill to climb, as there is still a big selection of balls in the rack down there. A little look away from Jana. I think he wanted a bit of a better angle. Maybe for the 13. So now he's going to be taking the 5. Oh, has he picked out a nice angle here on the 14? Needs to be careful because that cue ball is going to be running off the 7. But this could be the shot he needs to give himself a best look at running this rack out. And again, another critical shot. Both players exchanging a couple of unforced errors. You say unforced, but this is a semi-final. You feel the pressure would be a little bit more on Jana there. But you'd also feel that he would have taken that now. It's left Jorge with an easy opener, now facing needing 3. And that's one of them. Just a quick check of the scoreboard from Jorge there. He knows now that this will be his winning shot, which he has made. Just a quick look up at Jana. Well, congratulations to Jorge Tinoco there, making it look easy at the end, but it certainly wasn't. Beating Jana Hurtman of Finland and progressing through to our final. Just a quick update from our other semi-final. It's a close affair. Andrea Grosso is 52 up to 26 against Rene Sommeregger. And just to keep you updated, although we were a little bit late starting here, there's a good chance that our final will be starting at 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. Central European time. I'd like to thank you all for joining us today for this match. I hope you will be joining us for the rest of our tournament. And my name is Gethin Davis. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to speaking to you again. Thank you.
whole matches start sometime.
Welcome back to Assen here in the Netherlands in the finals of the straight pool division of the Predator European Seniors Pool Championships organised by the European Pocket Billiard Federation. Firstly, on table 2, in the 45 plus category, will you welcome from Portugal, Jorge Tinaco. And his opponent this afternoon from Italy, Andrea Grosso. And on to table 1. We're in the 55 plus division and an all German final. Firstly, welcome Martin Steinlager. And his opponent this afternoon, Rainer Werspitsky. It's a race to 75. And your match referees are Alexandru Balas of Romania on table 2. And here on table 1, Bojana Banda of Serbia. Gentlemen, you may lag for the break.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. It's the final, an all-German affair in the 55 plus seniors event. It's a straight pool match for the win, for all the glories. It's a race to 75 between Martin Steinlager and Rainer Werspitsky. One thing is for certain, whoever wins this final will be their debut gold in the seniors straight pool challenge. Rainer Werspitsky, he's been close on several occasions. Unfortunately, so far his best has always been a runner-up. He's got a great chance to improve on that record. Martin Steinlager. This is his first time that he secured himself of a medal. Now it's just a matter of which color that medal will have. Martin Steinlager in the previous match managed to beat the defending champion Enrique Correa, as he will get this match on the way. My name is Arya Surabi. I will be doing my utmost best to talk you through this match. This match is played with a shot clock in operation, as well as a referee keeping up the time, as well as the proceedings at the table. The actual scores and the balls potted will be updated manually with our second official in the vicinity of the table. So no need to guess what the actual scoreline is. It's exactly what you can see in your screens. And of course, lastly but not least, if you're watching this by now, you should know all these streamed matches are completely free on YouTube. So it would go a long way if you could subscribe and turn on the notification button so we can expand on our material for the future events to provide you with free live stream matches provided with commentary. As you can see there, from that angle, if the 11 hits the long rail, it shouldn't drop, and that's the case here. Be interesting to see how Rainer will go about this. He's got the option to go into the pack if he wants to from this 11 ball. Maybe he's cherry picking the 2 for a better angle on the 11. If he wants to go into the pack, I believe from the right side of the table, it makes it a bit easier to control the cue ball. If he's going into the pack, he needs to make sure he doesn't hit the side of it. Just like that, he went right into the middle of the pack, and that's a gorgeous split, as you can see. Gives him the best opportunity to build up a lead here. So far everything is under control. Of course, soon we'll figure out what's the end pattern going to be in this rack. That's usually a pattern you see in straight pool. The last 2 or 3 balls, how to navigate towards the breaking ball. From where I'm sitting, it's looking like the 10 is the most obvious breaking ball so far. Now, he might take a look at the situation and think there's no better option than to pot the 10, just in terms of cue ball control. I don't think he was overly eager to remove the 10 ball there, but felt like he didn't have a lot of choice in terms of maintaining control over the cue ball. So, but also implies that he, well, needs to be pinpoint precise on the penultimate ball. Play that positional shot in such a way where he could have developed a couple of, well, let me put it this way, a bit more conventional breaking balls, but hasn't worked out to his plans. It's not gone wrong, of course. He can still carry on this run. What I particularly like about this player, Rainer Wisbicki, is in general a pretty fast player. Like always is the case with straight pull, because you have so many options available to you. Sometimes, oddly enough, you just need to pump the brakes and think about the situation, how you're going to resolve the puzzle. But when talking about his pre-shot routine and overall shot time, he's a pretty fast player. Very easy on the eye as far as I'm concerned. Now, yeah, you could just see him pointing at an area in the table, on the table. I mean, he could either use the 8 or the 5 ball to disturb the pack once it's re-racked. It's looking like he's gonna use the 8 ball into the side pocket. Yeah, you can use the diamond closest to the left middle pocket, just above the middle pocket, that is, as a reference point, just to make sure he leaves himself enough angle to get back into the rack. And I think he's done very well there. That's all he could have hoped for. So nice start so far by Rainer Wisbicki. Easiest pot should be the 11, but that's the question, whether you can get through to the putting angle. If not, you can drop this 14 ball in, but the biggest challenge here, as you can see, is the bridging. Yeah, and that's the sole reason behind that miss. It's not about the pot. It was very awkward bridging, and you can clearly see the frustration on his face. Was not a difficult shot per se. And that could have worked out a lot better there for Martin Steinlager. Not so sure whether he's left himself a combination. If not, might have to take on a very tricky long pot here on the 13. And when the cue ball is so close to the object ball and it's not straight, these are pretty tricky. Should be okay, but it's not a guarantee this.
To the corner.
Yeah, I was just looking at this angle on the 5 ball. I think it's the perfect angle to play a gentle nudge, but that's gone a bit wrong, to be honest with you. I do believe it was the right shot, but it's gone, well, couldn't have been more awkward than this.
9 ball to the corner.
Yeah, that one little nudge he tried to play, a subtle nudge, didn't work out. And that's resulted in that miss. It's a fickle old game, straight pull. Particularly when you're trying to play these controlled nudges. Sometimes you hit the wrong portion of the ball. And that usually, well, makes things a lot harder. And in some cases, it's end of the run.
1 to the corner.
Well, he's got options there. Either the 4 or the 7 would do. You tend to think the 7 is always a bit closer to the rack as opposed to 4 ball, but well, remains to be seen how he lands on either one of them. Got options here. He can go forward or just draw back towards the side rail. It's just a matter of preference. It's going to be the drawback. And that should do nicely. Looking to stun into the pack from this position. A stun run through, that is called, and he's been incredibly unfortunate. How he's failed to land on a shot is, well, Or can he just see enough of the one to pot this? That is mightily unfortunate if he can't. Came away with the early scare. I'm wondering whether if there's any value in playing a stop shot here on the 9 and then after 11 play a medium pace nudge into the pack, and more importantly I wonder if he feels there's any value in that shot. He seems to be looking at it. Not 100% guaranteed he'll be on another ball, of course. Not 100% guaranteed. And well, unless you can't see the 6 ball to pot it into the bottom right corner pocket. Once again, that's
6 to the corner.
once again that's gone horribly wrong in terms of the possible outcomes.
Extension.
Another lovely recovery shot by Rainer Wisbicki. Had to pull out several tough shots to keep this run alive. Still not completely home and dry.
Time. Time.
Yeah, he was trying to develop something here. Because although, well, that 8 and the 5 is a glaring dilemma here at first glance, but there's no obvious breaking ball available to him just yet, so that's why he played that previous
4
shot
to the
a
corner.
little bit. Oh, I'm a little bit surprised he's taking the 13 away. Needs to land on the left side rail on this 3 ball. That seems a bit hard to me. I mean, he's just stopped in time for him to be able to create something, but, well, surely the 13 was sitting over the hole just to disturb the pack. I think he can just see enough of the 4 ball to putt it. If not, he should be able to putt the 5.
Time.
I genuinely believe that sometimes the shot clock helps the players, the majority of the players, just to, well, stop overthinking, if you like. Once you hear the referee declare time, it means you've got 10 seconds to play the shot. And then if you're in between, you just have to decide with whatever gut instinct you have and commit to the shot. Opinions are divided on this topic, of course, and I'm sure that's not going to change. Nevertheless, he's going smoothly. He's well over the halfway mark here. Rainer Rizbitsky. Let's not forget, it's not the first time he's been in this position, playing a European Championship finals in the seniors division, particularly in the straight pool. Yet to win it though, so I'm sure he'd like to prove to himself that he can win the coveted first prize. I think he's looking to run into the cluster of 3 balls there. Well, maybe not. I think he's deliberately tried to put the 8 in a position where it would be available to him as an alternative for a breaking ball. And with this angle, he would have automatically resolved the cluster of 3. See a little grimace on his face, so not entirely happy with the outcome there. Don't know particularly why. I think the 2 ball should be able to be potted in the right center pocket. Well, I can only presume it's pretty tight, as you can see.
13 to the side.
10 ball.
10 ball to the side.
Oh, it's called a 10 ball into the side. There's a slight miscommunication here. There's a little bit of pressure on this shot. It's what we call putting it into a blind pocket.
Time.
He's looking away from the pocket. Nicely done. Managed to salvage the situation. Once again, not completely home and dry. It's the question whether he can hold this cue ball on the left side or he has to cross to the other side. Screw in between the gap of the 1 and the 14 just like that, and that's a gorgeous little shot here. You can see he's played it into an area where he can straight away take out the 2 ball. That would open up the entire rack. I must say, considering he wanted to use the 8 ball as the breaking ball, that's gone slightly wrong. Luckily enough for him, the 13 or the 1 would do so. He's landed off straight on both of the balls. Can you believe it? So that's 2 shots in a row where he's managed to put himself in an area where, yes, the putt is quite easy, but not particularly favorable. And that was, well, sure, it all stemmed from the losing control of his cue ball, but still, that was not a hard putt for him. Firmly in front, 45 balls deficit. These cut shots into a blind pocket are never straightforward, and as you could see, didn't hit the jaws of the pocket, and worse, he's developed the pack. And his opponent is only 25 putts away, make no mistake, so not only has he got a comfortable lead, presented with a great chance in trying to amass them last 25 balls to take home the crown. Even though all the balls are enoughly spread, it can go wrong if you lose control of your cue ball, because you just need to be very careful not to snooker yourself. Maybe careful is not the correct word. I would think of mindful rather than careful, but you get what I'm saying. And when you look at for example, the 1 and the 9, the 3 and the 14, and the 7 and the 11, it's looking like a pattern, but they're not particularly inviting. Yes, potable in several pockets. Be interesting to see which way he wants to go about this. Usually taking out any balls that are on the other side of the table, the side we usually don't consider the scoring zone when it comes to straight pool.
Time.
Players are usually eager to take or resolve them as soon as possible, like he's done there. He's looking to land below the 3 for the 5. So far, he's been in prime control in this run of his cue ball. And as you can see, the scoreboard is creeping ever so closely to that debut win in the straight pool division. It's refreshing to see some of the more seasoned players still playing at a fast pace. No problem, the 11 dropping there, or the 9 ball that was actually. Well, he's got options here. Whatever side of the pack he prefers, it's either the 3 or the 8 ball as the breaking shot. I think he can stun this 8 ball across the 2 sides or just top this one through. No. Wanted to go around it. The good thing with playing the positional shot from that perspective is the cue ball will always go inside the line, whereas if you play it topspin and you underhit it, then you leave yourself the wrong angle, or you could land pretty straight. Meanwhile, he's nearly 60 balls in front, so heavily favored, of course. Needs just 13 more pots. And they've been barely playing for, well, less than 40 minutes. So that could be a quick day at the office for Rainer Wierzbicki. Also managed to qualify for the final as the first players from the semifinals. That's okay. He's got a couple of options here. You're inclined to think that it would have been in his best interest if the pack was just widely spread. That way, well, is only 9 pots away from the win, of course. Now, one thing is for sure, he needs to develop the pack, and well, the longer you wait for that, the higher the chance that it can possibly go wrong. He's got the chance to put this 2-ball and run into the pack if he wants to. He could even try to do that off the 10 into the left side pocket. That was an odd one, that. Not only I'm sure he's surprised he's missed a 2, but even more surprising, he missed that pack in its entirety. Martin in a position where, well, it needs to be all-out attack, pretty much go all in. I'm sure if the situation presents itself where he's got no other option than to play safe, he will play safe, but in general, he just needs to amass as many pots as he can. At the very least, trying to make the scoreline look a bit more respectable from his side. That's the first mission. Yeah, it's going to be the 4-ball. Trying to develop the cluster. Oh boy, Martin Steinlager. He's in the position where he simply just cannot afford making these silly errors. That was not a difficult shot he's missed there. And, well, that could be his last mistake of the final. When Reiner entered the table, there was still enough for him at the table to win this final without having to develop a couple of balls after the break. So you can just focus on clearing the table, and that's the win. And that's a massive difference. It's very hard indeed to see how this could possibly go wrong. These 4 remaining balls for what would be his first gold medal in the seniors straight pool division. He's been a runner-up on several occasions in the straight pool. Rainer Rizbitsky. to be fair, he's made a little mess of it. I mean, he only needs the 2 remaining balls, but he's made it a lot harder for some odd reason. He was in prime control, and now all of a sudden, he's got a tough pot and a tough positional shot. This one is pretty much for the win, because you tend to think the cue ball would bounce back high enough. There you go. And yeah, I mean, be a brave man to bet against him, to put this 13 for the win. And, well, formally the referee still has to re-rack the rack, but we all know what will happen after this. Just checking the scores one more time. Martin Steinlager not to be for him. He knows what will follow after this. So this re-racking is all a formality. This 13 ball for a comprehensive victory. And a huge congratulations to Reiner. There you can see what it means to him. No matter how many points higher, one gold in the discipline is still something high on your to-do list. So that's the end of this coverage, as we will have the prize ceremony following shortly. But there is another final on the other stream table, so head over on the table number 2 live stream, provided with free live commentary. As for myself, that's the conclusion of day 2, and keep an eye out on the streams, as we will have a lot more pool action coming your way. Thanks for your time and attention as ever. Bye for now.